Okay, I'm back. I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. Okay. Let's start living the dream.
Put the gun down.
Decade now and has racked up over 6 million followers on his YouTube channel, starting back in like 2015 when he was just 15 years old. And like most creators in the YouTube journey, he started off with humble beginnings. Back then, he was an exchange student from Brazil who had recently started living in the United States. He started making daily vlogs on YouTube to document his life abroad. And this is mainly for his family back at home, especially his grandparents, so they could stay connected and see what he was up to. However, as we know with YouTube, if videos are set to public, there's always a chance those videos can get recommended to a wider audience. With that in mind, the fact that people are genuinely always curious about how life is in different countries, before he knew it, he managed to build quite a big following simply from just showing what life was like as a foreign teenager in America. So in 2016, he expanded into gaming content, creating a secondary YouTube channel where he uploaded videos of him playing Counter-Strike, Clash Royale, and Grand Theft Auto 5. The gaming videos really took off, so he started streaming daily on Twitch, where he still streams to this day. And although now it's mostly IRL content, there are occasions where gaming content still makes an appearance, especially Counter-Strike case openings. If you don't know, you have this aspect of Counter-Strike where you can open a case and get a chance of getting something really rare or just like a common item. These cases cost money and it's teetering on gambling, but technically it's not, legally at least. And my understanding is Valve gets around that because there's no way for you to actually cash out that money through Valve or Steam. That you have to rely on third-party services for. So it's safe to say the whole industry there is a massive gray zone. And just to give you an idea of how big this is, the Counter-Strike skin market is estimated to be worth about $5 billion. So, and that might sound oddly specific to be included here, but it'll become more important later on in this video. So today, John Vlogs has over 10 million followers on Instagram alone and over 20 million followers across all of his social media platforms, making him one of Brazil's largest creators. And just in the last year, he's also collaborated with a bunch of other huge streamers, some of which we've covered here on this channel, like Aiden Ross.
What's good, brother? How you doing?
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. What's going on, bro? How are you? Hey, man. Have a seat, man. Hey, wait. Where are you coming from?
From Brazil.
Hey, Chad. This is a real. I'll let you introduce yourself, bro. Go ahead.
Shit. What's good, guys? John Vlogs here.
I'm actually
from Brazil.
But recently, all of John's social media accounts became extremely quiet, and that's because of what happened one Sunday night in Croatia. The incident occurred on the night of June 8th, leading to the morning of June 9th, 2025. And this all happened on the Croatian island of Hvar, or Var, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, in central southeastern Europe at around 3 in the morning. John and his friends were partying at a nightclub called Pink Champagne, which conveniently is located just in front of the police station. So when, according to reports, they started causing trouble inside of the club due to excessive drinking, John's group of friends started arguing with some other guys in the club, channeling his inner tough guy persona by taking off their shirts in the heat of the moment, I guess, which inevitably just completely escalated the situation and led to the security getting involved, with one guy in the YouTuber circle even breaking some glass bottles to use as a weapon. So obviously this is just taking the drunk tourist package to a complete new level. The bouncers then tried warning them first, but eventually had to physically escort them off the property. Now, usually that would just be the end of it. You get kicked out of the club, you have friends for some reason who guides you towards your home, and then, you know, maybe grab some late night food, and then you sleep it all off. But obviously you read the title of today's video, and that's not what happened in the slightest. Instead of just calling it a night and going home, the group started shouting at the security, causing an even bigger scene outside of the club. And remember, this is happening in front of a literal police station at 3 in the morning. So naturally, the cops, they showed up pretty quickly. According to one statement given by the police, when police officers approached them and introduced themselves, they began insulting the police officers with derogatory words. Then they completely ignored the order to stop the disturbance. And this is where John decided to do probably one of the dumber decisions of his life, because he allegedly punched a cop right below the eye.
Ooh. Cars are spawned right here. I'm pretty sure he saw me. Holy shit. At least he didn't shoot at me. Oh, thank you. I gotta lay low. Food, food. Thank you for this gracious meal. Let's get the fuck out this dump. I hate this wipe. There's Trump's wall. So far, so good. Jesus Christ. Okay. I heard something. Wrong button. Come on. Fuck. Yes. Prestige 1. Yeah, thanks a lot, bud. No kills. I got one in. Rip.
Why you would do that? That's beyond me. But this could potentially land him with a prison sentence. It definitely ended the night. So at that point, the police understandably used force to hold him down, and John was arrested alongside of 3 of his friends. The officer he assaulted suffered minor injuries, and when they tested John's blood alcohol level, it came back as a 1.04 grams per kilogram, which in context is pretty wasted. Do we use the same system in the US as they do in Europe? I'm not sure, because, you know, we mix up the pounds and the kilos and all that. But if that is if he did blow a 1.04 in at least the US terms, that's crazy. Wait, Hans is editing this video. Yo, Hans, can you check on that for me?
Yeah, so it turns out we use the exact same system actually, down to the measurements of gram per 100 milliliters of blood. And so just based on 5 minutes of research, the main differences between the EU and the US is pretty much how hard you can ball before you hit GTA 5 stars behind the wheel.
And even though when you physically injure a cop in Croatia, you can face anywhere from 1 to 8 years in prison, as it turns out, his punishment ended with just a fine for shouting in a public place, public indecency due to taking his shirt off, and insulting police officers. So only 2 weeks after the incident, John was released from custody. He posted a statement on both Twitter and Instagram claiming the whole ordeal, it was just a misunderstanding, and then after that announced that he was going to return to streaming very soon. However, the story does not end there, because while the Croatian media was focused mainly on covering the assault incident, you have a lot of Brazilian media coverage that revealed something way more significant, something that the Croatian media probably weren't aware of. It turns out that John isn't just a YouTuber IRL streamer in Brazil, he's also pretty successful in different avenues. He owns a marketing agency, runs a clothing brand, and from 2021 to 2023, he served as one of the main faces of Blaze. Blaze is an online casino platform that is primarily operated in Brazil. However, for legal reasons, it's hosted on the island of Curacao. And if you're not aware of, that's kind of a tax haven and is also a home for some of the most popular online casinos. So Brazilian media is referring to John as a potential hidden partner in the company and allegedly was making a lot of money promoting it. According to CNN Brazil, he worked as a coordinator responsible for managing the company's massive marketing campaign. And due to his extensive network of connections, his role was to bring in as many public figures as possible to promote the brand. However, this apparently isn't the case, as the influencer's press team has consistently emphasized that John holds no shareholding at the casino. So here's where things get slightly complicated, because gambling has been strongly restricted in Brazil for some time now, with quite severe penalties for unauthorized activities since 1946. And Blaze's track record internationally is not really excellent either. In 2019, it was blocked in Portugal for operating without a license, only months after its launch there. And when they tried to enter the US market, they were also immediately blocked and prohibited from operating there. Although, Blaze was finally authorized to operate in Brazil at the end of 2024, and the Brazilian government has currently been conducting several congressional committee hearings with various influencers who have promoted the platform over the years. Because as it appears, they're trying to regulate online gambling in the country better, and they've specifically wanted to hear from John Vlogs about his role in promoting the platform. The kicker here, though, is apparently John refused to attend the congressional hearing and completely missed his scheduled interrogation by the special committee. And if you miss a congressional committee hearing in Brazil, the committee can request what's called a coercive conduct, which means they can have the police officer or judicial officer forcibly bring you to the hearing to testify. So, while John might be out of jail in Croatia, claiming everything was just a misunderstanding, he's potentially walking into a much bigger legal situation back home in Brazil, which I don't think he's going to be able to brush off so easily. Because from my understanding, the Brazilian government can still investigate him for allegedly promoting gambling schemes on social media and profiting quite a bit. Because apparently this was all done during a time where such activities were technically a legal gray area, and that's not even considering the potential repercussions for missing a congressional hearing. I feel like the only thing John has to his advantage here is it in fact was a legal gray area, so that definitely does leave some room for his attorneys to argue. But overall, I mean, the timing that happened couldn't be any worse for John. Around the same time he was supposed to be testifying before Congress in Brazil, he was assaulting a police officer in Croatia. I mean, this whole situation can just be a perfect example of how quickly things can spiral when you're living your life in the public eye. And overall, just like what a domino effect. It's like, all right, punches a cop in Croatia, gets let off, but because he punched a cop in Croatia, he couldn't meet up to a congressional hearing in Brazil. So now he has that going for him when he gets home. Either way, best of luck to him getting through that. He might need it, but I mean, hey, at least he didn't live stream himself robbing his roommate, then getting sent to jail, then calling the victim asking to tell the cops that it's not so serious, all while live streaming it like this guy did, because that's also just a wild story. But I thought this was quite the fascinating series of events that I wanted to cover here on this channel. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video if you enjoy. These kick streamers just got a
marvelous. Even Spider-Man is watching. In today's video, Asmongold has called out Hassan for crying about his PR and being a massive hypocrite. Hassan and his buddies are now sitting together giggling about Asmongold. iDubbbz might be in even bigger trouble than we initially thought. Deranged Hassan fans are confronting Ethan in real life. Streamer Destiny has tripled down on making fun of dead children. A new character, Dean Withers, has appeared and he's copying the Hassan Goon Squad, attempting to dox and ruin the life of somebody he disagrees with. Subscribe for a box of 20 chicken nuggets, lovely and delicious.
Let's up those numbers!
Now, quick recap if you missed last video. Basically, Hassan went on stream and started crying about his PR. He was basically crying that, you know, his fellow Twitch streamers and the general public perceive him as this toxic drama frog and have a bad impression of him. By the way, that's like the least of your worries, or perceived as a terrorist supporter, which is a bit worse, but okay. So he was discussing ways to fix his PR, while Asmongold has responded.
I feel like the way I'm perceived in this sphere of influencers is like dramatically different than the way I'm perceived in the adult politics world.
the adult politics world? Like, what do you mean by that? Also, didn't you get kicked out of the DNC? He got kicked out of the DNC. Like, Bernie will still not sit down to do a 1-hour interview with you. Like, I don't know about this, guys.
It almost feels like these are two alternative realities. Now, obviously, for my audience,
Yeah, they are.
it's like mainstream news is way more important, but it does.
Why?
Drama that other people are trying to constantly create around me is fucking annoying, and I gotta.
I'm sure it sucks. I mean, can you imagine what it would be like if you just had people on the internet that would just make stuff up about you with no basis and just fucking put it out there and just say random shit with no evidence? Bro, that would be so annoying. Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that would be really annoying. I wonder if Hassan does it to anybody else. Hassan would obviously know nothing about slander or defamation or spreading lies about people at all. Not like he does it all the time. I mean, lying about Asmongold pretty much constantly, and now he's complaining about his own PR, complaining about people spreading lies about him. For the most part, people are just pointing out things you've actually said and literally showing evidence, showing clips that you've actually been a part of. Now, Asmon pointed out the thing about the DNC and Bernie doesn't like him. I feel like at this point he's a joke to even his own political party, and I think everybody is starting to realize that he qualifies as this extreme outlier, which is pretty much why he will never win this fight. Moving on to Hassan giggling and kicking his feet with his friends talking about Asmongold.
Will not sit down to do a 1-hour interview with you. Like,
wait, what? Why does he? Oh, because he first said Bernie won't do more than 10 minutes with you. You're not a serious journalist. And I was like, Theo Vaughn did like a 3-hour interview with Bernie. Like, what is that? Does that mean he's a serious journalist? But I was like, oh, but I had actually interviewed Bernie.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
For an extended period of time. I think it was like 45-minute interview before I did the sit down thing with him. So now he's like up the ante. He's like, you got to do an hour with Bernie. Yeah,
like, it's like that video when he's like when he's ragging on you in that video of the protest where he's like, oh, I bet Hassan isn't even there because he's a baby.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Hassan's there. They should arrest him.
Yeah, he's gonna slowly up the ante. An hour and 10 minutes. That's when you know.
Bernie won't live with Hassan.
Dude, how unbelievably cringe. He's like sitting there giggling, kicking his feet, like looking at his friends like, oh my god, I look cool, right guys? Right guys? I totally owned him, right? Dude, I don't know who the other people are, but this guy needs to get off Hassan's schlong. That spot is reserved for iDubbbz, Dan Clancy, the Hassan Orbit. I mean, there's a lot of people. There's like that spot is like a VIP reservations. It's got like a waiting list of 7. So you gotta wait in line first, you know. Climb your way up through the schlong ranks. Make sure you get your real powers in the Gluckatron 9000. Make sure you got that Gluck ready real good. Then only Hassan will accept you. After he's done visiting 50 more brothels, of course. Also, the point is that people actually don't like you. That's the whole point with Bernie and the DNC thing, is that he wants to say that people don't seriously consider you as a political commentator anymore. They consider you as this complete idiot who is so extreme that he should not be let into mainstream media. You're basically someone who is not sane enough to be the representation of the left or Democratic Party, right? And I feel like the thing with Asmongold talking about the whole protest is that he didn't actually expect you to go down there and actually commit crimes, you know, like blocking a highway, right? Because he thought that, okay, Hassan is crazy, but he doesn't actually stand up for what he believes in. But he was wrong. He was wrong. Okay, I'll admit that he was wrong, that he underestimated how crazy Hassan actually is, right? And I hope, you know, for your sake, you blocked at least 3 babies from reaching the hospital that day. Then Hassan talks about his stalker accounts, which is basically the Yeet account, who is posting his own public stream clips.
He knows so much about everything you do because he follows the Hassan stalker accounts. Like, that clip isn't even interesting, yet he chooses to watch it. Yeah, I don't even understand what's going on here. Like, how did he arrive at this clip? This is like from the first like 5 minutes of my stream. There's not even like fucking 20,000 people in here at that point. Like,
stalker accounts.
Someone literally was just like, I guess, clipping it. Yeah, brave stuff.
Oh my god, I love how he says, how did he find this? and then he mentions it's in the first 5 minutes of his stream. How do you contradict yourself? Like, obviously you just opened your stream, buddy. It's like the very first section. Also, why is he so surprised that he is getting clipped? I mean, you're crying about your PR as a terrorist supporter. That is like the most clippable clip of all time. If I wanted the Hall of Fame for clips, I would clip that clip. You get me? Because it's like the most blatant hypocrisy possible, right? So it would be something your stalker account clips, who is not your stalker, obviously just posting clips from a variety of streamers. Of course, he mainly focuses on Hassan because he's the internet's favorite lol cow. He's probably gonna call me a stalker as well, but you know, I post about everybody. It just happens so that I am currently covering him and he's messing up on a daily basis, right? That's not my fault, all right? The second he stops messing up, I move on to the next person. That's what I do. Okay, so after this, he calls Asmongold smug and says his face is like super smug and he's full of himself.
I love his smug face. Okay,
Sorry,
I'm back in.
He hits pause. Yeah, they are unpopular. Like it's such a
No. I think like his smug face is awesome. Like he thinks he's cooking right now. You know what I mean?
He is.
Yeah, he's just like yeah. Based. There is an alternative reality. It's one where I live in, where everybody loves the fact that I don't take a shower. It's like, bro, you are a biohazard in the real world. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, the next title is Resident Evil Asmongold.
Yeah.
Dude, the fake laughs are absolutely crazy. Like, Hassan has got that shit on lock. He's been practicing that shit in the mirror or something. And not gonna lie, the guy on the side has a very good running in the position on Hassan's schlong. Because honestly, he's given him the entire experience here. He's like, okay, he might not be fully upgraded to the Gluckatron 9000, but he is at a stable clock 6000, of course. So, you know, just a little bit more glazing, and maybe you'll reach to the level of Dan Clancy. Although I hear he's a little bit crazy, so maybe you don't want to mess with that guy, you know? Also, I swear Hassan has only one comeback. I've seen him use this like 500 times. Just anytime he pulls up an Asmongold clip, he's like, based. Like, he really hates the fact that Asmongold says based. I don't know why. Maybe it's something just triggers him. But honestly, he really needs to work on his roasting game. I mean, maybe watch like a Pegasus video or two. You got a couple tips, all right? Maybe, just saying. Also, I think in general, people would prefer a basement dweller such as Asmongold to a literal terrorist supporter. I feel like one of the options is a little bit worse, you know? Stavros really got to him. That guy absolutely obliterated him. Holy shit. If you guys missed the previous video, make sure to watch that one. That one's so good. Hassan will never be taken seriously because he's stupid and deeply insecure. The only people that like him are people stupider than him. That's okay. Let's not pretend that people stupider than Hassan, all right? That's a very high bar to beat. Moving on to Tectone's response, he basically like paints a picture of this legendary downfall. It's a beautiful monologue, bit of a long clip, but bear with me.
It's like most people just like associate me with like Asmongold and shit.
No, people associate you with being a terrorist supporter. People associate you with the number one thing of being fucking retarded. Genuinely, Hassan. Genuinely. This fame that you have is temporary. Eventually the walls will close in. This little glass house that you live in will eventually shatter because what you're doing is demonstrably wrong. It is. You are not a good person.
How come this
You
one
are, in
noticed?
fact, a
Wow, what the
horrible
fuck?
person. And people associate you with being a scumfuck piece of shit. And that is it. And the only people that watch you are the people who are so fucking dumb and they think, well, this guy's left-leaning, which means I have to like him because I'm left-leaning. Yeah, I mean, wow. Congratulations on that mega brain take. Yeah, nobody's associating you with Asmongold, right? Unless they're thinking, wow, Asmongold is much better than this guy, and he lives in a fucking dumpster. Doesn't matter how much Gucci and Prada and gold watches and gold necklaces and diamonds that you wear and hair transplants you get and testosterone you inject. It doesn't matter how small your head is. There's a guy who wipes his walls with his own blood because he was too lazy to go to the dentist that is more successful than you, and he's not even trying. And that destroys you, doesn't it?
Oh my god, the absolute obliteration. Dude, I swear to god, like, Tectone has this shit prepped or something. Like, he just has a library of like Hassan insults in his head at all times, and he's just ready to rip that at any time. He just has everything ready. Like, I swear Hassan spoke for like 3 words, and Tector went on this absolute insane, like, god level rant. Now obviously he has a personal beef with Hassan because Hassan obviously brought up his dad and stuff, so he's sort of like fighting fire with fire there, so I kind of get it.
Content creators live in a totally separate plane of existence than like normal human beings do.
Sure, Hassan, your clique might be detached from reality because you're detached from reality, but there are a lot of content creators who are out there in the fucking mud trying to put their money where their mouth is, who are actually making a legitimate good change in the world rather than bitching and saying, well, you know what, I think Osama bin Laden was based.
Content creators live in a totally separate plane of existence where all they care about is content. So they're...
Brother, says you? What the fuck are you even on about? Are you gonna act like you're different? Brother, you have a panic attack in real life if you're down 2,000 viewers. When was the last time Hassan did a good deed off stream?
Okay, to be fair, you wouldn't really know about it if it was off stream, but I highly doubt he's doing anything. Like, everything has to be streamed for that guy. But I really do hate this argument that, you know, people are just creating content for the views and no reason else. Like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe because I do it for a little more, you know, obviously it's entertainment, but it's also, you know, entertaining other people. I'm passionate about the whole thing. You know, you're making people's days as well. I don't know what Hassan's doing. Okay, probably radicalizing people and the terrorist supporters, but, you know, I just essentially make fun of stupid people, so that kind of makes people's day. They're like, at least I'm not as much of an idiot as this guy, you know? But yeah, he's definitely, like, super detached from reality. That's not even a question. Then he talks about how Hassan himself is toxic, and it's not any, like, drama he's getting involved in.
Oh, he's just doing content, but his content is toxic because it invites a lot of like toxic backlash and toxic feedback from other very toxic...
Hassan, you call people rapists off of nothing. You call people pedophiles off of nothing, unprovoked. You told Asmongold he killed his own mother off of nothing. What are we talking? Bro, like, holy fuck, is this Autism Awareness Month? Are you let me Google this. Is it Autism Awareness Month? Brother, that shit was like 2 months ago. Why the f are you being this retarded? You're being this retarded for free?
Dude, Hassan is really living in La La Land, bro. I don't know how warped your brain has to be to actually believe in what he says to that extent. Like, it's crazy. Hassan, the type of guy to accuse you of being toxic while simultaneously slandering like 50 people daily, you know, promoting terrorism, waving a gun around. Like, how is other people the toxic guy? Like, you're the one doing all this shit. Then he talks about people comparing Hassan and Asmongold.
There are people on this earth who are actually going to pretend that Hassan and Asmongold are the same thing. And I really want you to think about that. I really, really want you to think about that. There are people who actually think they're one and the same, and they're not so different. It's psychotic to me, guys.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely different. I never really got this argument because Asmon is definitely, at least from what I've seen, he's definitely more fair with his criticism. And, you know, you cannot like what he says, obviously. But you're never going to see him randomly cook up slanders, calling people rapists, pedos, mother killers, or whatever, out of nowhere, right? Without evidence or something, which is something Hassan definitely does. And anyone can see that and respect Asmon way more than someone like Hassan. Also, he's not glazing terrorists. I think that's like the main point there.
Autism weaponized. Engaged. I love terrorists. Like, bro, there's no way you see yourself as a victim. Hyper manipulative streamers like Hassan do this quite a lot, where they will state something like it's so obvious, like everybody already knows this. Yes, Hassan, it is very hard for a normal human being to rationalize the fact that you said, I support the Houthis 10 tones down. They deserve a Nobel Peace Prize.
Peace is actually bombing people, guys. Don't you know that? That's what it's all about. That's what we preach. That's what we want the world to come to. Actual, you know, terrorists getting Nobel Peace Prizes. I mean, you gotta be a different level of loony to actually take anything Hassan says seriously at all. I want to bring back hatred and National Socialism while pretending I was against it. How dare my enemies be more historically literate than me? Okay, moving on to some iDubbbz updates. Dan Saltman tweeted, so iDubbbz and Anissa are selling their house to pack up for Canada according to Kino Casino clips. They owe $720K on the house from what I can tell and are trying to sell it for what they paid for it. Good luck. After realtor and selling fees, they might come away with $150K give or take. Dude, there's just no way, man. Now, do take this with a grain of salt. I don't know how these people have found this out. So I'm just gonna say this is speculation for now. But oh my god, Ethan has actually ruined their life, dude. Also, it appears that Idubbbz owns the house 100% and Anissa doesn't have any ownership in it, outside from the fact that they are married. Wow, actually something that Idubbbz owns himself. He doesn't even own his entire life, bro. This is like the most shocking thing out of this entire situation. By the way, how stupid is this? They're trying to sell it for what they paid for? That is like not realistic at all, is it? Dude, the thing is, Ethan didn't even take a penny from them. So I'm not understanding how they are in this bad of a financial situation. Like, I know they completely tanked their event and everything, but I thought they, you know, made sure that they got their cut before charity and stuff. Oh wait, the event actually probably didn't make anything, so yikes.
Maybe I'm just not paying attention
like
enough.
The Hassan
That's it.
orbiters were
I'm
screwed
just,
and everything because of the whole lawsuit and stuff, but
just too
Idubbbz
distracted.
and Anissa going broke too is absolutely crazy. I mean, it seems like they're packing up and leaving the country. Like, oh my god, the ultimate L. That content cop led to the most insane butterfly effect I could never have anticipated. You know, Ethan is in the distance just laughing maniacally or something. They failed at stealing from charity, deserve to lose everything. Ethan should buy no. That is diabolical. So now everybody is just chiming in. We got Boogie2988 offers Idubbbz advice on how to get through a divorce. Anissa is leaving you. If Idubbbz wants advice on how to get through his impending divorce, hit me up. Anissa's leaving you. Good luck to all the hookers you'll bang. No way bro is getting insulted by Boogie. Ay. When Boogie is dunking on you, it's time to pull a Leafy and disappear. Legal Mindset responds, do we need a family law stream for Idubbbz? Nah, bro. When the lawyer is memeing on you, you just, oh my god, you're so cooked, man. Idubbbz will have to hire hookers to F other dudes in front of him to cope with the divorce. Oh yeah, he does enjoy watching. Right, so Idubbbz has also responded to Ludwig. If you remember, Ludwig actually grew a spine and decided to defend Ethan, said that it wasn't his fault that Creator Clash failed. So basically this person messaged, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to bring up what Lud said, but if not, feel free to delete this message, Ian. How do you feel about it if I'm allowed to ask? Because holy moly, sometimes I think maybe everyone needs the button when they are live. So the button is like something to like censor yourself or whatever. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. It could have been worse. Dude, how pathetic it is that you have to literally ask somebody, oh, am I allowed to ask this question to you, when it's not even like personal or anything like that. This is just like public drama. They literally gotta treat him like this hypersensitive pussy. It's crazy. Anyways, he responded, you're allowed to talk about it. I just choose not to because it's not something I want to occupy my brain with. And then like the brain emoji. Ah yes, Idubbbz is absolute giga level brain. It cannot be interrupted with thoughts of pointless drama. Not like you built an entire channel out of it. Not like you did that whole content cop starting this whole drama. It's just crazy that you're so involved in this entire thing, and then the second it completely turns
I think I swallowed.
then you're like, well, you know, it's not something
Breathe
I
in a
choose
little
to
bit of my coffee.
occupy my limited brain space with. And then they'll
Drown
bring up
and then
all these,
coffee.
like,
Damn.
philosophical
Ouch.
arguments, or, you have one life and you choose to talk about drama. Like, come on. Like, miss me with that bullshit. And then we just got a picture of Idubbbz looking more and more laborious by the day, by the way. He's so beaten down. Imagine a timeline where he swiped his V card literally anywhere else. Like, dude, that is so
Okay, let's not get distracted here. Western Trump wall. I gotta get 6 PMCs. Am I gonna get it? I don't know. You gotta keep a distance. Ouch. It doesn't hurt. I just feel it in my lungs. It's gone to the bottom. Left hand side, left lung. And it's just there. It seems to not be messing with my lung function too much. Stay calm. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, I got lost for a second there and I had to figure out where I was. Thankfully, there's a light rain tonight. Gotta be careful doing that. Okay. ¿Mm? Sí, no, no, ahí me despiertas. O me llamas. Por favor. I know I definitely heard one of them. Okay. Definitely hit him. Please stop doing that. Alright, I'll go my usual route, I guess. Okay. Come on. Oh, bitch. Bitch. Yeesh. A rip. Dead. One single shot. To the fucking dome.
unlucky that you happened to meet Anissa, bro. Divorce very close. Somebody just posted the emoji. This is basically what happened to his brain. It got punched in. As it turns out, there's not much occupying inside his brain. Maybe Hassan Schlang. If I'm allowed to bring up, if I'm allowed to ask, the way these people grovel and put content creators on pedestals is so embarrassing. It's not even just content creators. It's like he probably has this, you know, so-called safe space in his Discord or whatever like platform he has, where he has to curate all the discussion, right? That's the only way these people can ever exist, and that's the only way their ideas are even allowed to grow. Because if there's any bit of discourse, you will instantly realize that these people have no leg to stand on. So the only way they can do it is make sure you police everybody's speech, make sure everybody is saying the right things. Oh, don't mention this person, they might bring up some harmful things. Meanwhile, the harmful things are literally just facts. Anyways, moving on to Ethan Klein getting confronted IRL by supposedly like deranged Hassan fans, I'm guessing. Ethan Klein shouts out a quote-unquote fan after that fan found him in public and asked him his opinion on Palestine. Not a fan, by the way.
Again. All right. Hey, look, we got a question for you.
Sure.
We already know what your answer is.
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
what is your stance on Palestine?
I love it.
You love Palestine?
Yeah, I love Palestine.
You went to Israel though. You support Satan Yahoo.
No, I don't.
You don't support Satan Yahoo?
No.
Stop it, bro. She was in the IDF.
You voted against him.
You voted against him. What about Ben Gvir? How do you feel about Ben Gvir?
Oh, I think he's insane. Yeah, he's a monster.
You think he's a monster?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said that. No, that guy sucks. I mean, he's worse than sucks.
All right, cool. So this is the final test, buddy. Get a free Palestine from me.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine?
Yeah.
From the river to the sea?
Yeah.
My man, I appreciate that. Okay, cool. What about you? You were in the IDF. So, wait, hold on. You were in the West Bank. You used to go in people's houses in the middle of the night?
No.
She was a secretary.
I was a secretary.
You were a secretary. Yeah. Can we get a free Palestine from you?
Sure, free Palestine.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Dude, how absolutely pathetic is this? So these people are confronting him IRL, telling him to say things he's already said online. He has literally said that he supports Palestine a million times.
Billion.
And these absolute goons still don't understand it. They still don't know his beliefs that he's constantly said because Hassan and his orders keep constantly lying about him to the point where people are confronting him IRL, dude. How absolutely pathetic. And then this guy was so surprised as well. He's like, oh my god, wow, they actually said it. I can't believe these evil Israel supporters, Israel dick riders are saying the word. I totally got them. So Ethan responded, love running into my old friend dating in Money 101. You can't see him in the video, but it was my boy here and another dude. I love running into fans. Right, so I don't know what they wanted to do by saying this stuff, by confronting them. I think it's just really pathetic. I feel like the people online, particularly the Hassan supporters and stuff, they've been harassing and spreading lies about him so much that it has literally distorted the view of people. And the only disagreement they had is that Ethan doesn't support, you know, Hamas terrorists who
All right. Plan. Try to get to Woods. Well, I knew there was a high chance that was going to happen. I'll buy sewer manhole. I gotta go that way. Nothing. Damn. Son of a bitch. never spawn anyone. Fuck. Could follow the trail. Fucking mountain. I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. What the fuck is this? Oh shit, this must be the bunker. At least I know where it's at. It's already been looted, of course. Don't even know why I bother. Don't know why I bothered. Okay, clear. Let's see if they left anything behind, I guess. Fuck me. Thanks. Sorry. Fuck, I went the wrong way. Let's just wait. Fuck me. Please stop doing that. People are gonna ask, why is this tree reloading so much? I didn't insure. Fuck. That's worth it. I'll keep that. Alright, whatever. Let's go. Fuck me. Okay.
I'm hit. I'm hurt. Okay, it's nothing. I'm sure. What's up over there? I'm hit.
Ouch. Oof. That really got me good right there, guys. Eesh. Now it's worth it. Oh, fuck. You know when you crush, feel like your balls are being crushed, destroyed.
Who literally kill civilians and grape people, right? And until Ethan declares his unending support for absolutely everything, all the extremes, even like some of the worst people on earth, they will just never be satisfied. So here's some comments. Anyone who consumes their content knows that their positions on this have remained the same and exactly as they said in this video. Wow, very surprising. This is so silly. You guys are trying to get a gotcha moment, but this has always been their stance. What do you want from them? Learn to see a bit of nuance, folks. It's really not that hard. Remember, being in the IDF is mandatory, and you shouldn't hold people to something like that when the punishment is jail. Be kind to others, get to know them before making rash judgments. Oh, absolutely. The person in this video also thought that Hila was some sort of weird, you know, murdering freak or whatever. When she was like a secretary, she had to sign up to mandatory service. Like, let's be honest. If Hassan was born in Israel, he is signing up. All right, he's not gonna be the one guy like, well, actually, I'm going to jail. He doesn't have any goddamn conviction. He would probably be unaware of a lot of things even there. So I don't know. It's just so stupid to hold people to the standard. Everyone who thought Ethan has been against Palestine has been brainwashed. He's vocal about his support for years before October 7th. Stop listening to Snark. It's embarrassing. Snark, Hassan, all these people just constantly lying about him. It's crazy. Ethan and Hila voted against Netanyahu twice and have been vocal about Palestine for years. They aren't the enemy. And that's the main thing here. Everybody is looking for an enemy, looking for people to actually hate, harass online for no justifiable reason. This is what happens when you only get your information secondhand from tankies. He has no idea what Ethan's stance is and he still tries to harass him over it. Right, so there's another person being harassed over their nuanced take on the Israel-Palestine issue. This person has ContraPoints, and it ties into the whole Ethan situation. Basically, they said, so many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a video? Will they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Netanyahu? Do I oppose the genocide? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I feel a lot of other things. Doom, misery. Leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided their primary goal was not merely opposition to the side, but opposition to Zionism in general. Zionism is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports the two-state solution is a Zionist. It was politically infeasible. As usual, leftists has championed a doomed cause, introduced dangerous ambiguities. Dread, the online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos of dead children. Main effect has been to create a population in constant state of blood-boiling rage. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not the same, but in practice, the way Israel is perceived seeps out in the attitudes towards Jews in general, especially people like Hassan, bruh. They conflate the two all the time, basically use it as replacements. Even Hassan's Houthi terrorist friend basically uses Jews and Zionists as synonyms. Does that mean Israel should not be criticized as sanctioned? Absolutely not. Bitterness, much of the online left spent all of 2024 focusing on Palestine. The campaign had the following effects. 0 Palestinian lives were saved. But don't worry, Denim's got a GoFundMe. May have contributed to the re-election of Trump. TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed into political entertainment. That's why I haven't made a video about it. I'm sure other bread tubers have different opinions. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure people like Noah Samson will come out and call you an absolute genocide defending loser or something. ContraPoint is doing what no other bread tuber can figure out, being self-aware and acting responsibly based. Yeah, I mean, caring about human lives in general is very hard, guys. Caring about people on both sides and, you know, innocent civilians on both sides, the hardest thing in the world for demonic people online. Anyways, Ethan responded, thank you, ContraPoints. It's important to remind people that there is space to be anti-genocide, pro-Palestine, but also against annihilating Israel. Many leftists would rather focus on purity tests and social credits than having a meaningful and realistic conversation about creating a lasting peace. Right, so Anissa is mad at her, obviously. She wants to get involved as usual. She reposts a tweet calling out the statement. Interesting how the left are two unreasonable people, never seem to center the thoughts, feelings, or opinions of actual Palestinians themselves. It's not the left that was sharing images of dead children, it was Gazans desperate for someone to witness them. Nisa doesn't have enough brain cells left to give an actual take. And if you replace Gazans with Ukrainians, they'll roll their eyes. Unserious middle-class losers. Well, don't worry, they're going to comfortably live in-house in Canada now after losing about $1 million on their current house. Oh my god, what is this picture? We got Sam Cedar looking absolutely pucked by Hassan, looking straight at him. Ethan responded, Sam Cedar has lost the last shred of dignity he had. It's not that he had Hassan on, it's this pathetic photo of him fawning over him. Bro, you're 58 years old, man. You look pathetic. No one cares about your opinion, Ethan. You're just a conservative now. Yes, of course. Ethan, the Omega lefty, is now a conservative, MAGA, right-wing Trump grifter, of course. Of course. How are these people real, honestly? Like, it's crazy. You just can't disagree on a single point ever. Otherwise, your brain...
Let me go get some ice cream. I'll be back.
Ended as this like extreme right-wing conservative or something, bruh. Now moving on to Destiny. Destiny got confronted on the Piers Morgan show for his tweet making fun of dead kids, and he responded.
Question, Destiny. Destiny, I want to ask you a question. So I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas ban. On reflection, do you think that was grotesquely tasteless thing to be posting?
Absolutely not. The hand wringing, the hand wringing here. Oh my God! Stop. If you want to talk about dead children, then you should talk about the residents of Kerr County who rejected using ARPA funds to build the very siren system that Ted Cruz was over here virtue signaling about. Now that the kids are dead, last I checked, the siren system isn't bringing anybody back to life. Okay, the very same system that they could have built for the better part of the last decade. They didn't want to touch those ARPA funds because they thought that if they did, Biden would go and steal their homes.
I feel like Destiny keeps saying unhinged shit to go viral and to be invited to all these shows. I mean, it's good rage bait, I guess. It's a good strategy. But yeah, man, I guess just stop making fun of dead kids, dude. I mean, I don't know how terminally online you gotta be. I know Destiny's like a prime contender for that one. But yeah, he goes on this long rant, like finding justifications for it. Well, actually, X person did this person did that. Yes, okay, whatever. We condemn everything. I'm just saying it's a little tasteless to be, you know, and make fun of dead kids. It's not really hard to not do. Now, Asmon also responded, basically some quick context. Destiny was saying like, oh, how can people pretend to care about dead kids when they voted in, I guess, the wrong candidate or the wrong bill or did the wrong policy? Basically, the people didn't do what he wanted them to do, so he's allowed to make fun of dead kids. That's basically his logic. If only you did what I said, you know, I, Destiny, can obviously predict the once-in-a-century flood, you know, and I could have stopped all of this, but you didn't listen. Therefore, I get to make fun of dead kids. Really sound logic here.
At the same point, the fault still lies with the legislators, the voting population, and the congressmen that make this happen. It at no point in time has anything to do with the kids. The kids didn't do anything wrong. That's the difference. It's the same as like when the LA fires happened.
What?
Everybody made jokes about the LA fires being, you know, California, you know, the government being retarded. But I don't think that there were a lot of people making jokes and talking about how the California fires, it's good that they're burning them because they're liberals. And I think that the people that were doing that were viewed as assholes then too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that was basically another one of Destiny's justifications. Well, you know, X person made fun of X situation, therefore I can do it. Literal 5th grader logic, like, no, but he did it, why can't I do it? It's like the triple quadruple down is crazy. Like, how hard is it to have basic human decency? You can criticize the policies and the people and even call out the hypocrisy. Just, you know, why make fun of the kids and the families affected? It's like, it's just kind of cruel.
They didn't care when it was important.
Like he doesn't give a shit.
Why
this is like his
they
entire
care
online
now?
presence, you know? And I do enjoy when he shits on his son, like this clip.
First of all, what difference does it f***ing make for me if he's a billionaire or not? There are plenty of people who are...
Okay, Hassan's dad is a billionaire, 100%.
...are related to incredibly wealthy individuals.
Related to? Wow. What is that euphemism? Related to? Oh, that guy? Yeah, I'm related to him. Oh, what do you mean by related to him? He's my dad.
Well, at least we can agree on the Hassan hate. Alrighty, moving on to Dean Withers. Basically, he's like this progressive TikToker who like debates people. I guess Diet Destiny, Diet Hassan. And basically, he was debating someone, and he got so mad that he wanted to call CPS on this guy's kids. It really seems like these people learned exactly from the Hassan versus Ethan situation, and the whole Goon Squad fans calling CPS on his kids. And he's like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Why is everyone doing this cringe shit? It's like the new swatting or something. Dean Withers orders his fan base to dox a father and report him to CPS for saying that children aren't able to consent.
Once again, we cover Dean Withers. Dean is, well, actually was the biggest progressive TikToker. A couple days ago, we talked about his anxiety pen meltdown.
It's an anxiety pen. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Get the fuck out! You answer my question. Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility
right?
to father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as a parent, and I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place. I would never...
So here's what we're gonna do. I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child. So...
Imagine being like a parent with like a job and some random TikTok kid just decides this based off of a conversation.
And especially because the father said the opposite of what Dean thought.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
No, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said. For those watching, their handle is...
Nope!
It's going to be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here, good. It has like facial recognition software.
Oh my god.
Okay, what's your name? So I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you. Feel free to like take his profile picture. You could save his profile picture, run it through some like reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to like a Facebook where you could find his name. Feel free to take that information and report it to authorities in his area. Maybe his like his local CPS.
Oh my god. So you're telling me the guy literally said, I wouldn't put my kid in this situation. And then this guy just ignored it and is like, well, we need to take your kids away. Like, do you purposely tune out information you don't want to hear just because you want to get triggered? Like, how much estrogen is this guy on? It's crazy. He's like looking for a reason to get extremely emotional. It's just disgusting, the kind of people that are out there online with an audience these days. I've been telling you all this time, politics rots your brain. Like, it's supposed to be a debate. Why don't you beat him with your arguments rather than going after them IRL? Like, how do you get so pissy that you want your chat to go look up this guy, dox this guy, find his face, take his kids away? Smartest Hassan fan here.
I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we kick
So
him,
everybody
just
can
you guys-
screenshot his
Anybody
face?
that's interested in trying to do
So you
this,
can dox him and call
can, like, grab his
CPS?
profile picture.
This is something that I think that you probably should get in trouble for. If you are making a call to weaponize a government agency that is meant to protect battered, beaten, abused, and molested children, and you want to weaponize that, you really need to take a vacation from public life. And what's so insane about it is that these people are so cavalier about this that they just go out and they say this shit in front of everybody. He made a response video. He said the situation was just a prank. I don't know about that.
This is now going to impact my life. If I ever stop doing what I'm doing right now, I want to go get another job or something. My employer looks up, sees that I doxed an innocent father and I'm a pedophile and that I just was making a joke. Dude, like this shit will like f me for life.
Oh my god, there's no way he's playing victim. The amount of cry bullying is crazy. It's perfectly fine that you get to completely screw over that other dude's life. You know, you want to dox him, get his kids taken away from him, right? Ruin his life. And then you're slandering him in front of, you know, your entire audience there. And then when the internet turns on you for being an unhinged lunatic, you're like, oh, this can actually affect me, guys. You can't make this shit up, bro. You should absolutely be banned for this. Maybe even get like a fine or a prison sentence, because this is criminal shit. You're weaponizing government agencies for the wrong reason. Absolutely insane stuff. This child is basically the embodiment of Reddit. That's an easy lawsuit against him. Hope he gets sued into oblivion. Child has never been disciplined in his life. His parents should be ashamed of themselves. This kid has never been punched in the face. Performative gasping is so cringe. I guess he forgot to take his anxiety vape that day. Ay, 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 ay. Now click this video or Hassan is your next roommate. You gotta go to the Diddy parties. All right, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Show me your hands. I don't have it. I can't relax, man. Let me tell you, relax. I just freaking had to shoot my wife because she threw something at me.
Yeah, exit breathe.
Right there.
Yep, got an exit wound.
Don't let her die.
Send EMS.
Please.
Kansas police respond to a domestic dispute that turns life-threatening when a man shoots his wife after she allegedly throws a concrete object at his head.
I need a hospital. I'm not playing right now. Everything is blue. This man ain't no God. I told him. I told him the whole time.
Can you stand?
I told him. Damn it.
The following report is based on official police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. At 1:24 p.m. on July 3rd, 2023, dispatchers in Sumner County receive a frantic 911 call from a distressed father detailing the horrific events that have just unfolded inside his home.
Sumner County 911. Yeah, my son just shot his wife. You said your son just shot his wife? Yes. And was this accidental or on purpose? They were in an argument. She was throwing something at his head. Apparently he felt threatened for his wife, and he shot her. Okay, okay. He warned her 3 times. And she threw it at him, and... Okay. And he shot her.
Minutes later, officers from the Wellington Police Department arrive on scene where the caller, Merle Edgington, is waiting for them outside, holding his infant grandson.
Upstairs? Sir. All right, she's upstairs on the floor.
Do you have a weapon on you?
Huh?
Do you have a weapon on you?
I do not, sir.
Where's the weapon at?
So his weapon is upstairs on the floor.
Whose weapon?
Here's my son's.
Who used the weapon?
My son did.
Okay. Where's your son at?
He's upstairs. He's helping. Hey, hey, guys.
What?
He's okay.
Just stay right where you're at.
I need more cops. I'm telling you, please don't be aggressive with it.
Police department, who's upstairs?
I hear a rack.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down and show me your hands.
I don't have it.
Okay, we'll come this way. Okay.
I have to help her.
Come here. Let me.
Just show
come
us
here.
your hands. Just show us your
All right,
hands.
come down this way.
Can I help her, please?
No, you come down here.
Okay.
I'll go up if you go down.
I don't want her.
Just show us your hands.
Keep your hands. Where's the weapon?
It's upstairs, unloaded.
Go that way.
She hit me with the rock.
Hang on.
Face the wall. Keep your hands on the wall.
Pat him down.
Hands on the wall. Put your hands on the wall.
Coming up. Let me see your hands.
Hi.
Okay, just come down.
I can't. Not
Okay, let's sit down. Just stay put. Put your hands. Where's the gun at?
I don't know.
I got hit with a rock.
Stay put.
Hi. Mom, I love you.
I love you.
The couple at the center of the dispute are identified as 24-year-old Michael Edgington and his wife, 25-year-old Sydney Palmer. Outside, as backup arrives, one officer escorts Merle to a patrol vehicle, hoping to piece together what unfolded inside the home.
Who shot him? My son shot his wife. You guys can go in. He tried to throw something at his head. She threw something at his head.
Okay.
And he had warned her. I will give you.
No, you're fine. Just take a deep breath.
I'm trying.
Okay. Do you have a cigarette? Do you need to smoke a cigarette?
I put it out and put it somewhere.
It's behind your ear. Okay. Okay. Well, just take a deep breath.
While one officer tries to calm Merle down, others inside begin searching the home for the gun.
Okay. Where's the gun at?
It's on the floor in that room.
Which room? The room she was in. Which room were you in?
In the hallway.
Okay, you have any guns on you?
I need help.
Okay, we're on the way.
Focusing on the gun.
Because they don't give a.
Okay, gun secure. Go ahead and EMS. Go ahead.
I care about it.
It's secure.
Don't let her die.
Send EMS in.
Please.
I love you, honey.
I love you.
With the scene secured and EMS called in, an officer escorts Michael Edgington to a patrol vehicle, where, through a stream of confusion and frustration, he begins making a series of emotional and unexpected comments.
She goddamn told her shrink. She told her shrink, don't take me off my meds. I'm gonna do something crazy.
Just stand here, face. Okay.
I can't relax, man. Please say relax. I just freaking had to shoot my wife because she threw something at me.
Any other cuts anywhere else?
I don't know. I don't know what even. Listen, I can't tell you how I got out here, sir. My head hurts.
Okay. So you're aware of what we're doing right now? That right there is the chief of police, or sorry, the chief of the fire department. He's going to send another ambulance, and they're going to get a look at you.
Okay.
So you know where we're at.
She's okay with. Is she okay?
I'm not in there. I don't know.
Because.
I want to sue her damn shirt.
Want to see if SO can help.
I want to sue her shirt.
Want to be tied up.
With Michael now separated, officers return to Merle. Calmer and more composed, he tries to explain what happened inside the home.
Mike and Sydney were arguing when they came up the stairs. And they've done it a couple of times. You know, it's couple stuff. Well, apparently this time, he was mad about something, she was mad about something, and she had something, I didn't even see what it was that she had in her hand, but it was obviously something heavy, because when she threw it, it hit the wall and it went thunk.
Where were they at when he was saying that?
In my room.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Where were you at?
I was sitting at my desk in my room.
So you all three were in your room?
Yes. Yeah, he comes up to my room to get away from her when they're arguing like that. He came up there and she kept threatening to throw the thing at him. And he told her, he said, if you throw that at me, I'm going to shoot you. If you throw it at me, I'm going to shoot you.
Do you know how many times he said that?
Like 3 or 4. He's taken several classes on his handgun. And he warned her, and sure enough, she threw it at his head, and he shot her. I couldn't believe it.
Inside the home, officers begin to assess Sydney, only now beginning to grasp the severity of her condition.
Who shot you?
I know.
Who shot you?
I don't know right now.
Is there anybody else in the house besides you guys?
His son.
Where's he at?
He's in his living room.
Okay, well, just scoot down the steps. Yeah, you're doing fine.
I'm sweating. Am I dying?
No, you're not dying.
Please help me.
We can help you.
She's been shot.
Shot. Right in the chest?
Yeah, I see an exit wound.
Entrance and exit?
I think so.
Okay, come on. I know. Let's get her down here. John. She's got a shot. She's been shot in the chest.
I think it's a through and through.
Shot right there in the chest.
Yeah, it's a through and through.
Let's get a coffee.
Can I have a water? I have water.
No water.
No, honey, we're going to take care of you first.
You have a bullet wound where?
What's your name?
Sydney.
Sydney. You breathing okay?
Yeah, it hurts to breathe.
I'm sure.
Right there.
Yep, got an exit wound.
Where's the entrance at, Chief?
Exit.
Where's the entrance?
Right there, right here.
Sydney,
Right
are
there.
you allergic to anything?
EMS quickly identifies the bullet's entry point being just above her right clavicle, dangerously close to the neck, and then exiting through her upper back near her left shoulder blade.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
I know, baby, calm down. We're gonna
What's your name?
Come on, look.
What's your name?
You just stay sitting.
What's your name, sweets?
What's your name?
You said Sydney.
Just lay down, hon. Lay down on the floor. There you go.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get up, we're gonna get on that cot, and that's the last thing you gotta do.
Secure the
You're all right.
front.
Sit up.
Number 23, secure the
Sit up,
rear.
honey. Stand up.
I can't stand.
Go 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm no good, you guys.
Once Sydney is on the stretcher, EMS rushes to get her out of the house and into the ambulance. She's still conscious, but her condition is rapidly deteriorating.
Sorry, Dad, I'm not gonna stop.
No, you don't need to. Do what you gotta do.
This 103 is asking, is this an active scene or is it secure? I need help. Putting my oxygen back.
We're helping, sweetie.
With Sydney in the ambulance, EMS departs for Wesley Medical Center, 34 miles between her and critical care. As a second ambulance arrives to assess Michael's head injury, officers begin asking him what could have led to such a devastating outcome.
She has manic episodes where she gets, I don't know, crazy.
Okay.
She's medicated for them before, but the new doctor she's gone to took her off of what was working.
Okay. Do you know what that was? That
It
she
was
was
Raylon. She got mad at her mom, and then she told me to take out the trash, and I didn't do it right then, so she started breaking stuff. And when I told her to stop, she acted like she was gonna throw my fingerboard piece of concrete at me. And so I ran away upstairs in my dad's room, and I kept saying, stop, Dad, stop, don't, please stop. And she threw it. She tried to come and grab my gun, or grabbed me or something, and I got scared, and I just closed my eyes and just did that.
So she hit you with a fingerboard ram. She threw it at you?
I have a little trash can made out of concrete.
Uh-huh.
It's a little 1 pound just chunk of concrete with some sharp edges on it to grind on. She threw that.
After giving his initial account, Michael's condition is considered stable, and he's transported to the Wellington Police Department where a more in-depth interrogation awaits. With the residence now empty, officers perform a sweep through the trash-filled home, making sure nothing critical is overlooked.
There's the gun. And I just stepped on the brass. Right there.
Inside the home, officers locate Sydney's blood-stained Rick and Morty shirt on the staircase, along with multiple streaks of blood on the carpet, marking where she slid down the steps. Upstairs, in the bedroom where the altercation allegedly occurred, officers find the 9mm handgun on the floor, its magazine detached and lying just a few feet away. A spent shell casing is also located nearby, but the bullet itself is nowhere to be found. They also discover a small concrete trash can, believed to be the object Michael says was thrown at him. Now at the police station, things begin to unravel as Michael is left alone and starts talking to himself.
Take her over medicine.
When the officer returns, Michael recounts the day in greater detail, explaining how a missed dose of medication may have led to the altercation.
She got postpartum depression after the baby, and it made her crazy. She wasn't on her medicine. I got her to take what she had, and it was too late because as soon as I got her to take it, she tried to call her mom again. Her mom got her mad again.
So she did take her meds today?
She was supposed to take them last night because if she doesn't, then in the morning there's a problem. So I realized, hey, you're getting mad at plants and birds and inanimate objects. I need you to take your medicine. She argued with me for a few hours and then finally took it. I thought if she would throw that at my head or my face, it might kill me.
Images were taken of Michael and his injuries in the interrogation room, showing the swelling on his head. After the officer steps out, Michael once again begins talking to himself, his words unraveling into a desperate, emotional plea for help.
Just take your medicine. Just please. Listen to me. No, listen to me. I'll take it all the way. Just please. Save my wife. Save my wife. Please save my wife. And let me keep my son. Please. I don't know how to do this, man. I don't know how to do just right. I know how to pray, but I just need something, please, man. I'll throw all of my devil stuff in the trash can. I'll throw all of my devil stuff out in the trash can. I'll go to church. Man, just come on, just do something, please.
During his interview, Sydney has been battling for her life at the hospital, and only 8 minutes after Michael's pleas for divine intervention, Sydney is pronounced dead at 2:43 p.m., approximately 90 minutes after being shot. About an hour later, the officer returns to give Michael the devastating news.
Got bad news. She's died.
No. You need to do something to me, bro.
No,
you lying to me, bro. You lying to me right now, right? You lying to me? You lying?
I wouldn't lie to you.
Why they didn't save her then?
I don't know.
Why they didn't save her then? Because
they took her up.
She was talking to me.
I know.
She was talking to you. What happened to? What did they do to her?
I don't know, man.
Thank you. Why?
Take a breath.
I can't take no breath.
You have a right to know, so I had to tell you.
Sir. Why?
Alright, time to go, I guess.
I need a hospital. I'm not playing with you right now. Everything is blue.
You want to go to the hospital?
I need a hospital. I'm not playing. I think I'm having a...
Let's go to the hospital.
I need a hospital.
Let's go to the hospital.
I want my mom.
Yeah.
And I want my dad.
Sit down for me. I'm going to get your package up. We're going to take you to the hospital. Bring me those chains. Leslie, could you bring me those chains, please?
Sir, I can't breathe.
Yep, we're going to take you up. Take you up right now. Can you stand?
This man ain't no God. I told him. I told him the whole time.
Can you stand?
I told him.
Damn it. I need those to stand up.
Mom, my mom, bro. Oh, my mom, bro.
Due to Michael's sudden decline, officers request EMS to return and check him out. But when they arrive, Michael's reaction is anything but cooperative.
So what's going on, buddy?
Well, my wife is dead, so shoot me right in my head.
I'm gonna be honest, buddy. We're here to help you and take care of you. You will not talk to us without language. We're here to help you and take care of you, but we're gonna have some respectful conversations. We can check you out, but we will not tolerate that kind of language right now.
Okay.
The paramedics determine that Michael is physically fine, believing his symptoms may be tied to his pre-existing neuropathy condition. He's eventually able to stand, and officers place him in restraints before transporting him to the hospital per his request. Later that day, with both parents now unavailable, Merle is informed that his grandson will be placed in temporary custody until a formal custody hearing is held, although the outcome of the hearing has not been publicly disclosed. Michael Edgington was initially charged with second-degree reckless murder in the death of his wife, Sydney Palmer. After spending nearly 10 months in custody, he posted bond in May 2024 and was released while awaiting trial. He returned later that year in October, where he pleaded guilty to the lesser charge of voluntary manslaughter. On January 6, 2025, he was sentenced to 61 months in state prison, the maximum penalty allowed for the charge. According to news reports during the trial, Sydney's mother criticized Edgington for remarrying after he was released on bond and for holding the ceremony in the same house where the shooting took place. She told the court, "This is the place where you killed your ex-wife and my daughter, and you have a wedding there as if she hadn't existed." Upon his release, Edgington will serve 36 months of post-release supervision, but for Sydney Palmer's family, no sentence will ever erase the pain of what happened that day.
Let's not waste time. DP.
Заебись, удачно зашли.
Managed to get out with a garage. $31 stab. I guess ground zero it is.
The president of... The president of...
Set a price cap on a thing that could go for 5 or 10x the price, then the market forces are going to be moving against you in an incredibly powerful way. If you want to try and do it, you could try and do it, but whew, you're going to be fighting against a lot there.
Back in 1999, when I bought this CD, it cost $16. That's $31 in today's money. 15 songs for $31. Selling these, tapes before that, record before that, is how artists used to make money. 15 cents of every dollar spent on an album went straight to the artist. Then it broke hard and fast.
Napster is now in the top 50 list of most visited sites on the web. AC/DC is finally coming to iTunes.
Starting today, Spotify launches in the U.S.
Fans loved it. Most albums didn't have 10 good songs. Streaming solved that problem, guaranteeing that the streaming genie was not going to go back in the bottle and sending artists scrambling to figure out how to capture more of the money they felt they deserved. The answer turned out to be concerts. The whole point of going on tour used to be about promoting a new album, not about making money from ticket sales, which is why the cost of a concert ticket has gone up by 175%, while the cost to you, dear music lover, to listen to as much music as you want in a year has gone down to $130, putting artists, especially the big artists like Taylor Swift, at...
Wait, what are we...
What were those prices for?
Which is why the cost of a concert ticket has gone up by 175%, while the cost to you, dear music lover, to listen to as much music as you want in a year has gone down to $130.
Is that like the yearly subscription for Spotify or something?
Putting artists.
I need help with this topic. What are the for and against arguments for allowing or disallowing scalping? I'm trying to think how much I want to suffer right now. I need to learn to draw these better. I have to learn to draw these. It's like the most basic fundamental graph of all of econ, and it explains like so much. There's really no excuse. If I talk about economics so much, I should be able to have this. Okay, this is our golden guide to all things in economics. Okay, we worship the lines. All right.
Okay. Ground zero. Here I come. Nice. Everything else is extra. The fuck is happening? I got that done. Sometimes it's worth it. Fucking factory, bro. I could go back on custom, we'll see. Let's keep the hot rods in here. Where's that unused water that I had? I could have sworn I had some more food around here. Let's check fence. Nothing, huh? Alright, I guess that's what I'm going with.
This is our cross, okay? This is the equivalent of our crucifix, okay? But for econ. The y-axis is your price, and the x-axis is your quantity, okay? D, this line, represents the demand, and then S represents the supply, or suppliers. Demanders and suppliers, okay? It looks weird, but it's very intuitive when you understand what it is, okay? So if the price of a given thing is incredibly high, let's say a car, $1 million car, the demand, the quantity demanded is going to be very, very, very low, all right? As the price decreases, as the price goes down, the quantity demanded increases, right? So if I sold you a car for $1 million, look, not many people are going to want that $1 million car. If I sold you a car for $1, everybody's going to want this car. But why can't I buy cars for $1? Well, suppliers don't want to make cars for $1, right? If there's a $1 car, there's going to be barely any supply. Maybe one person will make a car for $1. No one gives a... However, if the price for a car was $1 million, they want to make 1 million cars, but they don't have the buyers for it. So what happens is there is a supply and demand equilibrium. There's a market equilibrium here where the quantity supplied at a given cost and the demand supplied at a given cost are the same. They reach equilibrium. And there's our market equilibrium. There are other ways to kind of talk about this as well. You've got like suppliers will supply things up to where the marginal cost of production equals the marginal cost of goods, but we don't need to worry about that. That's all factored into this, into the holy lines, okay? When you set things like price controls, meaning you so a natural market will, and I'm using natural with a little bit of freedom here because what is a natural market, right? The natural market will arrive here on its own, will reach market equilibrium on its own, definitionally. That's what equilibrium is, without external forces. If you set a price control, then things happen, okay? So let's say, for instance, let's say that the price organically wants to be here. We'll say for tickets, okay? However, let's say that the market would settle on a very high price for tickets. They're a very low item and they're very high in demand, right? They're low quantity, high demand, right? A lot of people want to buy this, right? So let's say that I want to say, well, I think that this price is way too high, okay? So I want to lower the price. Okay, well, if you lower the price, if we lower the price, right, what happens? If I lower the price, say, to...
There's no way. Fuck. Should have ran, maybe. Ugh, bro. Wasted a whole mag. Bro, my game just crashed. He shot me so hard, my game crashed. Damn. That's when you know he destroyed me.
Here, okay, the demand is going to increase dramatically, right? And suppliers' willingness to supply will decrease. But this is the part that I need to learn how to draw. There is like, there are market surpluses that are created for certain people, and I need to understand better how to draw that. So let me think about this for a second, okay? I can explain it, I just don't know how it shows up in the graph. But basically, we're not talking about whether or not Ticketmaster is good or bad. People are really mad about scalpers. But the reason why scalpers exist is because the tickets should just probably be listed originally at a much, much, much higher price. But that just like feels bad to people, so people don't do it. Like another thing, also keep in mind that you have economics, but you also have like behavioral stuff. I don't know if I would call it behavioral economics. But you've got other market factors as well. So for instance, when a console comes out, the first run of that console should probably be like 3x the price of what the console will originally sell for. Because when the first run is usually limited supply, and people are like scrounging to get a console. However, if a PS5 gets listed for $1,500, consumers might feel a certain type of way about that and say, well, Sony, these greedy, this is bullshit. And then they might not want to buy the second run. Maybe. Now, that's to be determined. I don't know if that's true or not, because it seems like the GPU market is never hurt by exorbitantly listed GPU costs or cards. So,
especially the big artists like Taylor Swift, at odds with the company that sells tickets to their concerts, Ticketmaster. Stadium tours are not common. Not enough artists have enough fans to fill stadiums in every city in the country. So stadiums like this sit empty most of the year. Even here in Los Angeles, this stadium will have just 7 events in all of July. If you get a stadium tour...
I have rent control. It's called a fixed rate mortgage. Good for you. That's definitely the same thing. What do you say when people would argue then it would only be rich people who are able to go to concerts? I mean, I don't think that every single concert ticket would only be exclusively bought by only rich people. But the reality is that like concerts are, you're talking about like a super ultra luxury good. Like a concert is like you're seeing, depending, like for a lot of people who are talking about like world famous musicians, like if you want to go see Ariana or Justin Bieber, or give me what's more like age appropriate stuff. I don't know who's popular right now. Whoever the fucking Lil Gup rapper is, these are luxury goods, right? You're going to see a real live concert. The tickets are probably going to be decently pricey, but I mean, it doesn't mean that they have to be listed for $1 million each, but they're probably going to be decently pricey. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. Sabrina Carpenter. There you go.
Or you've made it in the music world. Ed Sheeran did 260 shows in 2019 for his Divide tour. That was the previous highest grossing tour of all time until Taylor Swift.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
You're talking about two completely different markets when you're comparing concert ticket prices to scalper prices. No, I don't think so. I think you're oversimplifying. It could also be that the tickets are listed at an appropriate price and scalpers just got there first and now they have the supply, so they set the price, no? You can run this out as many times as you want, but ultimately it's going to end in the same thing, which is that no, the price initially was probably just set way too low. The only way that if a scalper can buy something and relist it for 2x the price, or 3x or 4x or 5x the price, concerts are not an inelastic good. Nobody's dying if they don't go to a concert. All right. It's not like if concerts it's an incredibly elastic good. If people are willing to pay 2x, 3x, 4x the price of a ticket, then the original ticket was probably listed far too low.
Welcome to the Eras Tour.
The Eras Tour spread 152 shows over 2 years, having not toured in over...
Why don't sellers make purchase limits? I mean, I think they try to, but at the end of the day, it's going to be basically impossible. I'm sure there are a ton of sophisticated bots that can buy up like mass bulk tickets with multiple accounts and everything, right?
5 years...
Destiny, you don't think so because you don't know what you're talking about. That's called a monopoly. So a monopoly still has to obey basic market forces unless you have a monopoly on an inelastic good or a good with really low elasticity, right? So you might be correct in saying that a monopoly could theoretically set prices higher than where the market equilibrium would go, but the overall amount of profit to be made is going to be much lower because you're probably cutting a lot of people out of the market, right? Like, I have a monopoly on selling DGG subs, but I don't list all of my subs at $1 million each because I know that if I list it too high, nobody's going to subscribe at all, right?
And to see her live and in person was absolutely off the charts.
Tell me why I'm literally emotional.
Swifties are out forced on social media. News anchors are giddy talking about it. Anyone can see the demand for this tour.
So again, I'm sorry. I know this sounds mean. I know I have a left-leaning audience. I don't know what to say, but like, Destiny, you're literally missing the point. They're selling it because they want the poorer /
Swift
shows in the same city. If you really want to do that, I mean.
Physicists in Hiroshima have done an experiment which they say does away with the many worlds interpretation, or as new scientists put it, the result could destroy the multiverse. That'd indeed be very interesting because I thought it's impossible. I've had a look. If you don't have a website, do you even exist? How's anyone supposed to know about your idea, your business, your service, you, if you aren't putting it out there? I think you need a good website or a new one, and today's sponsor, Hostinger Horizons, can help you do this easily, quickly, and at an amazing quality. Hostinger hosts websites and web apps and lets you build yours with the most up-to-date AI tools available. Their service is called Hostinger Horizons, and all you have to do is describe the aim of your website or app in plain text, no code required, and then you get proposals that you can further refine both the layout and the text content. That'll be optimized for search engine discovery, and you can also automatically integrate links to platforms like Stripe. It's really an all-in-one solution, and don't worry that you'll be left alone with your problems. They have 24/7 customer support. You can get started with a 7-day free trial, and if you use my code Zabina, you'll...
She's gonna have to wait. Till I get my ass destroyed first. Let's go, baby. We're not done yet. Okay, I might be done. Yeah. Thank you, for we have been blessed. Let's not push it. The mysterious bag. I need one more spark plug. That's the goal, I guess. Thanks. Well, let's see how lucky I got. Oof. Not bad at all. pen, but it's better than nothing. Safe I can't open. Oh, a pistol sound suppressor. That's definitely interesting. Finally a good angle. It's a shame I would probably die. Well, that was a lot of noise. Let's wait to the 25-minute mark, baby. close the doors? I don't even remember. Of course I did. Why did I even question myself? Well, I got to pee, guys, so I'll be back. I'm gonna see if I survive this. Give me a sec.
Вон он упырь! Пуля где? вон он, сука! Вон он!
Run. How the fuck do I get out of here again? Old gas station. Yeesh.
Нет никого! Нет никого!
Back off. I don't know where they're coming from.
Ногу ломанул! Вон он, сука! Пацаны, щеми! Вот он! Ладно, тут наших валят! Вали, вали, хуесоса! Коронный... Ай! Сдохни, тварь!
Leave me alone, I have kids. This can... I just want to live. Oh, fuck. I could go that way. I have a flare. You got like about 4 shots left. Better start making my way, I guess. Fuck. He might know about the toolbox. All right. I'm still gonna die.
Oh. Yes.
It's not the leg. Come on. Please don't die on me, buddy. You got this. Please let there be a corpse here with the tourniquet. Nah, it was too good to be true. Just keep going. If you die, you die. You're gonna die anyways. No surrender. Never give up. Never say die. Fuck me. Five. Sheesh. I got no more ammo either. Oh shit.
Get 10% off your first month. Possible outcomes. The universe splits into, according to new scientists, the fact that the team could perform this measurement challenges the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, says Hoffman, one of the authors of the paper, because it removes the need for a superposition of different universes. In the paper, they go even further. They claim that our experiment demonstrates that the past of a quantum particle depends on the future measurements. Big if true. But what did they actually do? They used a Mach-Zehnder interferometer, a device that splits an incoming photon into a superposition of two paths and then recombines the paths. The path length is chosen so that on one output port one gets constructive interference, so a signal, and on the other output port one gets destructive interference, so it remains dark. This is the case even for single photons. That one output port is dark can only work if the photon has something to interfere with. So the fact that an interferometer does its job with single photons already shows that the photon actually went both paths. What the authors of the new paper do is that on each path of the interferometer they insert a plate which twists the polarization a tiny little bit. In one arm in one direction, in the other arm in the other direction. This is what they call a weak measurement, and it's small enough to leave the interference between the two arms intact. But now they can measure the polarization in addition to the output port, and that tells them a little bit about where the photon must have gone. What they see is that in the normally bright port, the polarizations can cancel out, and that can only be the case if the photon went both paths. They also see some photons in the dark port and say that this happens because there was a negative fraction of a photon on one arm. Negative photon. Not to be confused with a pessimistic photon, which just assumes no one will detect it anyway. I'd say that, well, for one thing, we already knew that the photon needs to go both paths for an interferometer to work, and also if they get negative photon numbers, maybe something is a little off with their interpretation, just maybe. Their claim about being able to change the past comes from only looking at one of the output ports. They say basically, look, if we only look at the photons that went into this one detector, then the photon went both paths. If we only look at those going into the other detector, then the photon must have done this thing with the negative photon number. So what we choose to measure affects what the photon did before we made the measurement. A more sensible interpretation would be that the one port collects photons that do one thing, the other port collects photons that do something else. If you want to argue that your choice of measurement affects the past, you just need to put a detector on one path of the interferometer, because now what happens is that either the particle goes there or it doesn't, in which case it goes the other path and then hits each detector with 50% probability. The thing is though that if this happens, the particle must have known to not go both paths before it reached the detector, or before you even put the detector there. What about their remarks about the many worlds interpretation? I get the feeling they just misunderstand how the many worlds interpretation works. I've noticed this before with the story about how Google's quantum computers supposedly evidence for parallel universes or such. The many worlds interpretation is about what happens at a measurement. The measurement is when universes split. A single particle in the many worlds interpretation can very well go 2 paths, or 3, or 815. In this universe, if that leads to one measurement outcome, like it does in this case.
No way.
Basically, this paper is an attempt to make a big deal out of an experiment that teaches us nothing new.
True,
The experiment
but it's
itself
Japanese.
is fine. The interpretation is 100% bullshit. If we could collapse quantum hype as easily as wave functions, we'd be halfway to a theory of everything. Thanks for watching.
Oops.
Нормально, нормально.
Oh, okay.
Ну и что тут за хуйня? Ага. Скупщику все продам и заживем.
Nice spark plug. Let's get out of here. So check the boiler room exits. Anybody there?
Есть выход. Так, пора сваливать. Все, пацаны, валим отсюда. Так, пора сваливать.
Warehouse 4, military base checkpoint. Scav checkpoint. I guess I just got time on my hands. I'll take a sidearm. It's always good to have something.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа. Ну чё, пацанчики, ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне. Есть выход. Так, пора сваливать.
Well, I guess that was a scav. Three shots, huh?
jak barygam. A потом по бабам.
Warehouse 4. Don't really have any cash. I can just get this skiff. Ah.
Ну чё, пацанчики? Ну-ка, блядь, все сюда ко мне.
Never hurts to check, you know. Like it's been looted. Rip this guy. Let's get the hell out of here. There, a lot more careful and I made it out alive. I guess these are my games. Fucking Snarfest, aren't they? Jesus Christ. You'd think I'd be able to make more compensation.
Of the United States is trying to cover the Epstein story. It's the double down right here on Truth Social. A big post saying that actually it's the Democrats who wrote the Epstein files. This is just after Elon Musk, who worked with Trump for many months, said that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Obviously, we've already seen deflections from the president about Epstein, saying that it's a disgrace to talk about him.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It just seems like a desecration.
But today, it goes a step further. Quick context. There's been a lot of infighting in the Republican Party over basically who's at fault for the giant botch of the Epstein files, with the majority of Republicans not wanting to believe that Trump himself was against the full release, but rather that he was sort of tricked into not releasing the Epstein files by one of his lackeys. But today, Donald Trump came out and basically backed Pam Bondi, saying they're all going after Pam Bondi, who's doing a fantastic job all over a guy who never dies, Jeffrey Epstein. For years, it's Epstein over and over again. Why are we giving publicity to files written by Democrats who conned the world with the Russia hoax? They created the Epstein files just like they created the fake Hillary Clinton Steele dossier. Now, this is such a smokescreen and a deflection. This is not a left versus right issue. Epstein never has been. It's the people versus the predators, not left versus right. The people versus the pedophiles, the people versus the people on planes. There ain't no left versus right here. In fact, some of the people who want this the most are people on the right, even on Truth Social. Obviously a hugely Trump-favored place. Everybody is saying, no, this is unacceptable. You have to release the files. Later in the post, Trump also says that these are radical left-inspired documents and to not waste time and energy on Jeffrey Epstein, somebody that nobody cares about. But actually, we all do care about it. You know who doesn't actually want this out? The elites. That's why they've never done it. That's why it was a compelling pitch when Donald Trump hinted to his base that maybe he was going to release the files. People largely didn't trust the job that Biden had done. That's why it was a compelling story. So the idea now that it was Biden and Obama who invented the Epstein files is absolutely preposterous. They don't want that out either. And maybe that's because, as a producer of 60 Minutes alleged, Ghislaine Maxwell implied that there were tapes on Trump and also tapes on Clinton. You know who else said it? Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, saying Epstein said, what I know about both candidates, the 2016 election would have to be canceled. So this whole idea that this is a left or right thing, it's not. It's the elites. Anybody who was on that plane, anybody who was associated with Epstein, seen with Epstein, even if they did nothing wrong, they don't want that out. Everyone who wasn't seen with Epstein, wasn't on that plane, of course they all want the files out. And what's interesting is obviously the Trump administration has sort of played footsie with this idea for a long time, playing to their base. They know this is a big issue. They had the influencers stand out there with a bunch of released material, but we also showed clips of Donald Trump implying that maybe Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew were doing bad things on the island.
Bill Clinton.
Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
So consistently, Trump has hinted that maybe these guys were involved with Epstein, maybe it was bad. But turns out all these guys knew each other and knew Epstein. We know this in part from a Piers Morgan interview where he talks to a lady who went to a dinner party with Trump, Clinton, Epstein, and Prince Andrew.
Extraordinary collection of very high-powered people. How did they all interact with Epstein? How did Trump, Clinton, and Prince Andrew interact with him?
Everyone was very, very pally with him, you know. It was like there was close bonds, you could see that.
So these guys knew each other, apparently had dinner parties together, all of them together. Trump later accuses two of the guys of doing bad things, and then when we release the files, can we release the files? Well, no, actually, no, we can't do that. Nobody cares about that. The reason why seems obvious. Epstein knew Prince Andrew, yes. He knew Bill Clinton, yes. But he also knew Donald Trump, and recently tapes were released of Epstein talking and calling Donald Trump his closest friend.
So how do you know this?
So it makes intuitive sense to distance yourself from files that may or may not have your name in it, and even distance yourself from the people involved. It's worth stating Trump actually denied knowing Prince Andrew.
I don't know Prince Andrew.
Of course, this was immediately debunked by photos showing the two together. And of course, showing that they clearly knew each other as of 2000. Now, the reason you would deny knowing Prince Andrew, even though you did, is obvious. At the time, he was facing allegations related to Epstein. By the way, allegations that now are basically over. Prince Andrew is very happy about us dropping the Epstein probe. A source for The Sun said he's only been abroad once since the scandal erupted. Prince Andrew has always been very nervous about going abroad and always looking over his shoulder, as he should be in my opinion, but now he's very happy because the guy who never met him but was photographed with him in 2000 just ended the investigation. Now, I have to say, Trump's been pretty consistent on the fact he has no interest in releasing the Epstein files in full. He said this multiple times. The reason most people have sort of a false memory of this, the reason it's sort of a Mandela effect that he campaigned on the idea of releasing the Epstein files is because Fox News released a deceptively edited clip where they cut out the part where he said, yeah, I'll probably release the Epstein files. And they cut out the part where then he backtracks on that completely.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
And that's the part most of us saw. Of course, later, people found out that the full clip showed him saying basically the opposite.
Yes, I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
We also have Bill O'Reilly on News Nation saying he just talked to Trump back on St. Patrick's Day, and Trump basically said the same thing.
He said, and I agree, there are a lot of names associated with Epstein that had nothing to do with Epstein's conduct. They maybe had lunch with him or maybe had some correspondence for one thing or another. If that name gets out, those people are destroyed because there's not going to be any context. Media doesn't care about context. So you can't do that.
So over and over, we've seen the same answer from the president. Not the fact that, oh no, the Epstein files, it's a lefty conspiracy. No, actually, it's the worry that people in the files are going to have their lives destroyed by the files. That sounds a lot more like covering for the people in the files than it does covering the victims. We've heard Kash Patel and Pam Bondi talk about, oh, we gotta protect the victims.
Go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims.
We're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that back out there.
But when we actually hear the president talk about it, and the real reason, right, because he's ultimately the decision maker on whether this gets released, what the real reason is cited is not about victims. It is about the people, the names in the thing. So I find it disgusting. They're using the victims of Epstein as a shield for the people who are actually in these files. Now, of course, who specifically is he worried about? Well, maybe it's his friends, maybe it's people he has dinner parties with, and of course, maybe it's him, Donald Trump, that he's worried about. The journalist Michael Wolff actually quotes Steve Bannon as saying Jeffrey Epstein was really feared in 2016 for what he knew.
I was there, and it was that moment, and Bannon said to Epstein, and he said this in a good humor. He said during the campaign, it would be the 2016 campaign, you, meaning Jeffrey Epstein, were the only person I was afraid of.
So that is 3 independent sources. You've got the Ira Rosen quote, the Michael Wolff quote, and that Mark Epstein quote, all saying that there is some type of damaging information on Trump. 2 of those people specifically implying that it's also on Clinton as well. You also have the Elon Musk allegation from left field, but he doesn't source anybody, so we won't count that. Either way, I must say, I don't know for sure if Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, Donald Trump were heavily involved in anything nefarious or not. That is exactly why we should all demand that we open these files. But the possibility of both Democrats and Republicans being implicated in some of these files, whether they did it or not, or just knew him, may give a plausible reason for why the Epstein files have been heavily redacted this whole time. There are very powerful people involved. We've known that. The reason we've been given, of course, is that, we've got to protect the victims. The real reason behind the scenes is really they're protecting the powerful people. Now, the most charitable interpretation is, as Bill O'Reilly said, it's because those people would have their lives ruined. They had nothing to do with Epstein, but we know some of them probably did. We know this from the Miami Herald because the FBI agents who searched Epstein's house found a cache of thick black binders all labeled with names that contained hundreds of naked or semi-naked photographs on CDs that Epstein stored in various places. The labels on the binders were redacted from photos because prosecutors said they were names of third parties who were not relevant to the case they are mounting against Ghislaine Maxwell. So my question is, are those some of the third parties? Their names are on binders with a bunch of explicit photographs that Epstein was storing? That seems like something we should be investigating. Or what about the fact that since the FBI is saying there's no blackmail involved with Jeffrey Epstein, we investigate the Wall Street Journal report that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly tried to extort Bill Gates over an extramarital affair, because I thought there was no blackmail involved. And my real plea to people is to not allow comments like this, these statements about partisan politics, to trick you into thinking this is some type of left versus right issue. That is the Trump play right now. I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's a disaster. I think it's very stupid. I think people on the right are just as interested as people on the left. I think this is a universal issue, as it should be. If there are predators in the highest offices in the land, be they Democrat or Republican, we want to know about it.
The 26 or so. I used to already have an MP5 too. I don't have any shotgun shells and or mags. Nope. There is a 20% for some costly slugs. 100% accuracy, 50% recoil. Minus 50%. There's no penetration on this. There's sort of. Let's get 80. At least the repair's not that bad. Yeesh. I need some WD-40. Toothpaste. Owls. G-Fuel. That's gonna take forever. It's definitely gonna take a long ass fucking time. Going one game on factory and then I'm get off. Whatever I lose, I lose. It's not that important. I'm pretty tired right now. But I'll get some water. Let's go die in factory. Where the fuck was I supposed to go? Oh my god, it's fucking tequila, bro. If we gotta bring a camera, that would come in handy right now. scav exit. Come on, come on. Okay. Later, nerd.
Found an exit. Exit located. Time to get out.
That guy definitely wasn't getting his gun back. Tagilla. Rip. Okay, I did pretty good. And I survived. Alright, good night, guys. This boring guy is gonna go to sleep. Peace.